Friends from the media, welcome to the Policy Address Conference. Today's conference is on finance and economic development. We have with us the Financial Secretary, Mr. Paul Chan, Financial Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury, Mr. Christopher Hui, and Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development, Mr. Algernon Yao. The FS will first speak before the other two secretaries. Afterwards, there will be questions from reporters. Good afternoon, everyone. The Chief Executive delivered his third policy address of the theme Reform for Enhancing Development and Building Our Future Together. The policy address proposes a series of measures relating to financial and economic development. Mr. Christopher Hui, Mr. Algernon Yao, and I will elaborate on these measures and on the decision to relax the loan-to-value ratio for residential properties today. Before you hear from the two secretaries, I'd like to briefly talk about the economy of Hong Kong, because it is relevant to the formulation of these policies in the policy address. You all know that Hong Kong is a small and fully open economy that is susceptible to changes in the external environment. The overall situation is one with intensifying geopolitics and trade friction. However, the global economy has been growing so far this year, even though there is a difference in performance in different economies. The mainland has registered a year-on-year growth of 5% in the first 6 months, which is in line with the official target. Major indicators in recent months show that there is continued growth as a whole. In the second half of September, the central authorities launched an area of stimulus to boost the anti-cyclical adjustment of fiscal and monetary policies and support the capital and property markets. These measures stimulate domestic demand to drive steady growth. The U.S. economy remains generally resilient, but there are signs of slackening. The Eurozone, on the other hand, is sluggish. Trade and manufacturing activities in major Asian economies are increasing steadily. Inflationary pressure in the US and Europe has been subsiding. Central banks have started reducing interest rates despite uncertainty in the pace and extent of further reduction in the future. Turning to Hong Kong, the economy grew moderately in the first half of 2024. GDP has increased by 3% in real terms year-on-year. Recent data shows that the growth will continue in varying degrees for different segments. Propped up by external demand, export of goods registered a total increase by 99.6% in July and August. Inbound tourism is gradually recovering. The daily average number of inbound visitors in the third quarter has increased to about 124,300, which is 70% of the level in 2018. The average daily number of mainland visitors has gone up to 173,000 over the Golden Week, which is up by 27% from last year. That is 80% of the Golden Week in 2018. Hotel occupancy is 90% on average in August. However, given the change in consumption behavior and a strong Hong Kong dollar, the value of retail sales continues to drop in July and August. The labor market remains tight. The seasonally adjusted unemployment rate between June and August stays at a low level of 3%, which is the same as in Q2. Inflation is still mild, netting out the impact of government one-off relief measures. The underlying CCPI composite consumer price index increased in August by 1.2%, which is the same as in July. On the capital market, the property market was mostly lackluster so far this year. The U.S. dropped the interest rate in September. the property market seems to be stabilizing with more transactions in recent times. The local stock market has improved markedly since late September. The reduction of interest rate by half a percentage point by the US and the supporting measures of the central authorities have boosted market sentiment. The Hang Seng Index closed at 20,287 points yesterday, that is the 16th of October, an accumulated increase by about 15% from before the US rate reduction last month. Transaction has also warmed up with the average daily volume hiked to about $345 billion between the 24th of September and 16th of October. This is much higher than the daily average of $106.8 billion in the first 8 months. It is worth noting that, according to our analysis, the source of capital in recent net purchase in the stock market is mainly investors from the US and Europe. They account for 85% of the net buy. Over 90% of net buyers are long-term fund managers and investment banks. The figures show that despite geopolitical challenges, investors from the US and Europe are still quite keen on our market. Having been waiting for a chance to buy, they have now taken action. On the economic outlook, the overall economy will continue to grow in the rest of the year, notwithstanding the negative impact from trade friction and uncertain global economic outlook. The tight finance will ease, which helps reduce operation cost as the US has entered a rate reduction cycle. Coupled with the stimulus from the central authorities, there will be growth in the market, in the mainland economy. All these inject confidence into the markets and support various segments in Hong Kong, in particular fixed asset and private consumption. Lastly, I'd like to turn to the relaxation of loan-to-value ratio. The policy address sets the loan-to-value ratio to 70% and the debt servicing ratio to 50% for all residential and non-residential properties. Before the decision was made, we have considered a basket of factors including property price trend, transaction volume, future housing supply, local economic situation, and the external environment. We think that currently the banking system is stable and mortgage credit risk is properly managed. We have room to change the measures to before the launch of anti-cyclical measures in 2009 to minimize the impact on normal property purchase. In fact, there is sufficient buffer in our banking system to handle market adjustments when they come. That's all from me for now. I will defer to Mr. Christopher Hui to speak about financial measures. After that, Mr. Algernon Yao will present measures on promoting economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Financial Secretary. Good afternoon, media friends and members of the public. I'm pleased to highlight for you the key policy measures in relation to my bureau in the policy address announced yesterday. I shall summarize the policy measures into 3 areas. First, we need to further enhance our status as an international asset and wealth management center and international risk management center. Second, we need to deepen mutual market access and enrich our offshore RMB business. 3, we will proactively expand and deepen overseas networks and open up new growth areas so as to inject new impetus into our financial sector. I shall go into details about the 3 areas concerning our concrete policy measures. First, in terms of assets and wealth management, we will strive to attract more global capital to be managed in Hong Kong. Specific measures include, as shown on the slide, 1. Facilitating the opening of new distribution channels for private equity funds through HKEX's listing. We will strive to collaborate with large-scale sovereign wealth funds in regions such as the Middle East in financing the setting up of funds. Also, we will enhance the new capital investment entrance scheme launched in March and expand the scope of eligible investments. Investments in residential properties is allowed for the scheme, provided that the transaction price concerned is no less than $50 million. With the amount of real estate investments, including residential and non-residential properties, to be counted towards the total capital investments capped at $10 million. Investments made through an eligible private company wholly owned by an applicant will be counted towards the eligible investments with effect from the 1st of March this year. We will also add qualifying transactions eligible for tax concessions for funds and single-family offices. We will also strengthen our status as an international risk management center. Hong Kong has the highest concentration of insurance companies and the highest insurance density in Asia. To strengthen this status, the Insurance Authority will initiate a review next year and will examine capital requirements for infrastructure investments, enriching insurance companies' asset allocation, for risk diversification and driving investment in infrastructure such as the Northern Metropolis. We will also attract more overseas enterprises to establish captive insurers in Hong Kong. So that's on risk management and assets and wealth management. The second area is to deepen mutual market access and enrich offshore RMB business. We will continuously improve our infrastructure, such as upgrading the central money markets unit to facilitate the settlements of various assets in different currencies by international investors. We will also develop the fixed income markets infrastructure, a central clearing system for RMB-denominated bond repo transactions, making RMB sovereign bonds issued in Hong Kong a more popular choice of collateral. We will study enhancements for the cross-boundary wealth management connect scheme. We will also bolster offshore RMB liquidity, make good use of the currency swap agreements with the country, expand real-time growth settlement system to facilitate global settlements, and explore the provision of more diversified offshore RMB financing products. We will enrich our offshore RMB business by providing more RMB-denominated investment products. The HKEX will encourage more listed companies to have shares listed in RMB stock trading counter. We will also increase issuance of RMB bonds and support issuance of more green and sustainable offshore RMB bonds in Hong Kong. We will seek support from the Ministry of Finance for boosting the size and frequency of issuing RMB sovereign bonds and launching offshore RMB sovereign bond futures in Hong Kong. We will actively liaise with the mainland authorities to expand the Bond Connect southbound trading as appropriate, including expanding the scope of eligible mainland investors. The third major area, besides assets and wealth management and risk management, as well as mutual access with the mainland market, is enhancing the securities market and extending our overseas market. We will launch the ETF tracking Hong Kong stock indices in the Middle East. We will also attract more international enterprises to establish in Hong Kong by leveraging on our advantages. We will also seek large-scale mainland enterprises to list in Hong Kong. The SFC and the HKEX will announce specific measures for further optimizing relevant procedures to provide greater certainty regarding the time required for vetting listing applications. We will step up efforts to bring in strategic enterprises from outside to set up headquarters or corporate divisions in Hong Kong. This will develop an ideal platform helping to bring in international enterprises and capital and help mainland enterprises to go out. A bill will be submitted this year to introduce a company redomiciliation mechanism. In terms of opening up new growth areas, we will build an international gold trading market and commodity trading ecosystem. We rank among the world's largest import and export markets for gold by volume. A working group will be set up to take forward relevant work, including strengthening the trading mechanism and the regulatory framework, promoting the application of cutting-edge financial technology, and actively exploring the inclusion of gold-related products in the Mutual Market Access Program. We will also promote the development of world-class gold storage facilities, facilitating the storage and delivery of spot gold by users and investors, and driving demand for related services such as collateral and loan businesses. We will also facilitate an international commodity exchange to set up accredited warehouses in Hong Kong for storage and delivery of commodities. Supporting measures will be devised to attract commodity traders to establish in Hong Kong. We will continue to pursue financial innovation, including issuing policy statements regarding the application of AI in the financial market, develop the use of CBDCs, enhance the regulation of virtual asset trading, promote real-world asset tokenization, and develop a digital money ecosystem. On financial inclusion, the HKMA and the People's Bank of China are pushing forward the linkage of faster payment systems in Hong Kong and the Internet Banking Payment System, or IBPS, in the mainland, so as to facilitate small-scale, real-time cross-boundary payments. In terms of retirement protection, the MPFA will work out details for implementing the full portability proposal of MPF, so as to allow employees to proactively manage their MPF investments to promote market competition and create room for fee reduction. In terms of green finance and sustainable finance, the FSTB will launch a roadmap on the full adoption of the International Financial Reporting Standards, or the ISSB standards, within the year. The target is that Hong Kong becomes one of the first jurisdictions to align local rules with the ISSB standards. The above three areas are how we are going to consolidate and enhance Hong Kong's status as an international financial center. It is my belief that these measures will propel the sustainable development of our financial sector, as well as consolidating our position as an important financial hub in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Mr. Algernon Yao. Thank you, FS. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I will now present major measures relating to economic development and support to SMEs in the Policy Address 2024. Under the 14th Five-Year Plan, Hong Kong is to develop 8 centres. The third plenum also mentioned that Hong Kong has to fully harness the institutional strength of one country, two systems, while consolidating and enhancing our status as an international trade centre. To this end, we will launch measures to promote trade, leverage Hong Kong's advantage to attract enterprises and help them go global. We will support SMEs' development in a time of economic restructuring. We will develop new quality productive forces and inject impetus into the economy. First, I would like to talk about promotion of liquor trade. Following the cancellation of wine duty in 2008, Hong Kong has become a wine trading hub in the region and is the third largest wine auction centre. The government draws on the successful experience of removing wine duty to boost trade and announced that from the day of the policy address, that is the 16th of October, the duty rate of liquor with an import price of $200 and above will be reduced to 10% from 100% for the portion above $200. For the portion under $200 and for liquor with an import price under $200, the duty rate will remain the same. This aims to promote liquor business and the development of high value-adding industries such as logistics, storage, tourism, and high-end F&B. On building a high value-added supply chain service center, with the change in global trading landscape, some supply chains are moving to Global South and Belt and Road countries. Mainland enterprises are eager to go global. In addition, Hong Kong has been playing an increasingly important role in offshore trade. We will use Hong Kong's highly open environment and mature professional service system to build a high value-added supply chain service center. Invest Hong Kong and the Trade Development Council (TDC) will set up a mechanism and enhance the interface for attracting mainland enterprises to establish international or regional headquarters in Hong Kong for managing offshore trading and supply chain, providing one-stop diversified professional advisory services for enterprises in Hong Kong looking to go global. In terms of providing greater export protection for enterprises, the Hong Kong Export Credit Insurance Corporation (ECIC) has been providing assistance to SMEs in their export business through export credit insurance. To enhance the assistance, we propose to increase the maximum indemnity percentage from 90% to 95%. The ECIC will increase the quota of free buyer credit checks from 12 to 20. With the coverage expanded from ASEAN countries to the mainland and the Middle East. The ECIC will explore the possibility to cooperate with more financial institutions to expand financing support on e-commerce. We understand that SMEs are still facing difficulties from the impact of the external environment. We will relaunch the principal moratorium to allow borrowing enterprises under the SME Financing Guarantee Scheme, including existing loans approved and new loans under the 80% and 90% products, to apply for the moratorium for up to 12 months. The maximum loan guarantee period will be extended to 10 and 8 years for 80% and 90% products. Partial principal moratorium repayment option will be offered to new loans. To support SMEs to seize the chance brought by e-commerce and to develop new quality productive forces, the government launched E-commerce Easy under the Bud Fund in July, allowing enterprises to use $1 million out of the accumulated $7 million subsidy cap on e-commerce projects on the mainland. In the policy address, it was announced that the e-commerce Easy will be expanded to 10 ASEAN countries. In the 2025-26 budget, there will be an injection of $1 billion into the Bud Fund to expand the e-commerce Easy to ASEAN market and provide targeted funding for enterprises to implement green transformation projects. We will also launch the Hong Kong Shopping Festival in the next 2 years. To tie in with the expansion of geographical areas of e-commerce Easy, we will hold it in ASEAN markets in due course. Well, we will promote IP trading, intellectual property trading. We will expedite the development of new quality productive forces, and the IP trading will bring about high quality economic development. To build Hong Kong into a regional IP trading center, the government will enhance protection of results of innovation and creativity. We will put forward a proposal next year on further enhancement to the copyright ordinance regarding AI technology protection. We'll launch a consultation next year on registered design regime. We'll also propose legislative amendments to streamline IP litigation process. We will continue to discuss with patent agent sector and stakeholders to plan for the introduction of regulatory arrangements for local patent agent services to enhance the quality of our manpower. In terms of convention and exhibition industry, in July the government launched the incentives for recurrent exhibitions. It was very well received. It's expected that the target of 200 exhibitions will be reached. These exhibitions bring businesses to accommodation, F&B, retail, entertainment, and transport sector. The benefit far outweighs government investment. To meet keen demand from recurring exhibition and to handle fierce competition from neighboring regions, we will launch the incentive scheme for recurrent exhibitions 2.0, amounting to $500 million. We want to target new and international exhibitions of large scale to promote mega event economy and the development of the industry. In addition to these measures, we will continue to expand economic and trade networks, especially with Belt and Road countries. We will seek to forge more FTAs, free trade agreements, and investment agreements. We will expand the global network of our ETOs, focusing on emerging markets. We also strive for early accession to RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Last week, the Ministry of Commerce in Hong Kong signed the Amendment Agreement 2 of CEPA. The new agreement provides favorable conditions for Hong Kong enterprises and professionals to tap into the mainland market. This will enable Hong Kong to seize upon the opportunities brought about by the dual circulation and rapid development of our country. We can make better use of our connection with the world and the support from our country. In addition, the government attaches importance on the development of communications technology. We want to support the development of high-end industry and smart city. We'll launch measures to make suitable spectrums available timely. We'll streamline the vetting procedures of licenses of low Earth orbit satellites. Will further enhance coverage of communications network to support the development of the industry. That's all from me.
Thank you, Algernon. We will now open the floor to the media. Please raise your hands and we will pass you the microphone. When you ask questions, before you ask questions, please identify your media organization and limit your questions to 2. The gentleman on my left. Good afternoon. I'm from TMHK. The loan-to-value ratio for residential properties has been raised. However, the targeted buyers may not be ordinary members of the public. You may be targeting companies or other entities. There are worries that after the loosening of the loan-to-value ratio, you may give rise to a speculation in the market. About the liquor duty rate, yesterday, the chief executive said there would be a lot of benefits. But what about the actual economic benefits to be brought about by the measure? The lowering of the liquor duty rate, as Mr. Algernon Yao said, the objective of the policy measure is to develop liquor trading business in Hong Kong. Also, to drive consumption and economic activities within the high value-added industries like catering. The benefits are multifold. The industry has done some calculation, but we will conduct a review after the measure is implemented. We believe that there will be positive effects. In the previous policy address and the budget, demand-side management measures on residential property was removed. Now we are raising the loan-to-value ratio. So by way of background of the policies, prior to year 2009, there wasn't any restriction within the property market. What I'm saying is we are restoring the loan-to-value ratio to the pre-2009 level. For several years' time before 2009, because of insufficient supply of property units and demand exceeding supply, the government introduced demand-side management measures at certain points, and also macro-prudential anti-cyclical loan and mortgage measure. The purpose of these measures is to first suppress investment-related demand. For example, purchase of residential properties by non-Hong Kongers, and also home buyers who already owned a first home for lease, so that first-time home buyers would have an easier access into the market. Now, starting September 2021, the price level of the property market has dropped gradually by 20%. Compared with before, transaction activity has cooled down, so there was an orderly adjustment at the time. We also foresee stable supply in the next 3 to 4 years. During this time, supply of new flats plus other flats in construction will amount to some 180,000. In other words, the supply was adequate. The supply will be adequate. As a result, the need for macroprudential measures no longer exist. So whether the buyer of the properties are a company or a second-time home buyer, it would be the same. So we are restoring the markets back to the pre-2009 level. That's our consideration. Next question, please. The gentleman in blue in the last row. Good afternoon. I'm from Commercial Radio. Financial Secretary, concerning the relaxation to loan-to-value ratio, you said the situation is different from that in 2009. Now we are seeing a plunge in property prices. So are you trying to save the market? Concerning liquid duty rate, it would boost economic activities in high-end, high-value-added industries like catering and so on. However, there are concerns that it may give rise to a prevalence of chronic disease because of alcohol consumption. Now, will the additional cost in health offset the benefits in economy? Concerning property prices, as I said, there was an adjustment starting September 2021 amounting to 20%. Property prices have stabilized recently. It is the trend. In addition, with the interest rate drop in the US and in Hong Kong, the high interest rate environments would be eased. That's why we are taking away these restrictions in property purchase. Whether you are a home buyer occupant or whether you are buying a home for lease, we would like to encourage a positive anticipation in the market. Concerning liquid duty rate, we made reference to the experience gained in the cancellation of red wine duty. Now, the observations made were that from a commerce perspective, after the cancellation of the red wine duty, the value of red wine imported increased by some 300%. However, the increase in sales volume only increased by single-digit percentage points. It boosted the trade in high-end red wine. At the time, there was a significant increase. The second observation was, after the cancellation of red wine duty rate, there was an initial increase in alcohol consumption by the public, and then there were consecutive years of drop, even to the negative margin. In 2023, the per capita alcohol consumption was comparable to the level prior to the cancellation of the tax. We have made reference to this experience, and we will keep closely monitoring the effects of our policy. Next question, please. The lady in white. Good afternoon, I'm from TVB. It was mentioned in the policy address that the low-altitude economy would be developed. However, there was a cancelled drone show. How can we ensure that the public and other organizers would pick up confidence in drone shows or drone performance? Thank you. This is the purview of the Deputy Financial Secretary. He will be leading an interdepartmental workforce. We will take stock of our previous experience, and also the low-altitude economy will be diverse. Besides applying drones in performance, we also see successful use cases in practical uses. So we have confidence in this. Thank you. Next question, please. The gentleman in blue closest to me.
And the Morning Post. On the gold and commodity trading, what is the current capacity and utilization rate of the Hong Kong International Airport Precious Metal Depository? And what is the plan on the new facility that Mr. Lee announced yesterday, including the capacity, location, as well as cost and timeline for the construction? And how is Hong Kong going to compete with other places like Singapore? And other question is regarding to SMEs. Some SMEs complain banks, including HSBC, did not approve any loans without giving any reasons. Mr. Lee this morning told SMEs to contact HKMA for issues like this on the radio program. So I wonder, have you ever noticed some similar situations, and what will the authorities do to ensure banks are really helping SMEs that align with the latest policy supporting local businesses on what they really need? Thank you.
All right. Perhaps for the first question, I would like to invite Secretary Hui to respond first.
Thank you. Regarding the first question you raised about the capacity utilization of the current warehouses for the gold storage here in Hong Kong, as highlighted by the Chief Executive earlier, right now the capacity is quite fully utilized. And that's why, against this backdrop and among others, there is a proposal, as set out in the policy address, to develop a trading center of gold. Because what we see here are two set of factors, which is one about demand and the other about supply. On the demand side, as you can see from the recent demand for gold products, there has been on a growing trajectory. It's partly because of concerns of geopolitics and others. And Hong Kong is actually at the gateway for the import and export of such gold products. And that's why, again, this backdrop, we do see the demand for such a market. That's number one. And on the supply side, as all of you are very well aware of, Hong Kong is underpinned by a very robust legal system and a very open market. And also at the same time, we have a very long established tradition and also trajectory of having our own gold exchange. But of course, the gold exchange right now is more for the local market. So the next move for us is how we can uplift it to a more international level. And that's why for this overall plan to work, we need both demand and also supply factors to converge. And that's exactly what we plan to do, to have the working group set up by the end of this year to solicit views, not just within the government, but among the regulators and the market participants with a view to marking the way forward.
As to the competitive position with other cities in the region, we are fully aware of that. And in formulating our policy forward, of course, we did take into consideration the competitive landscape. What we believe is that in terms of location, as you know, Hong Kong is very well positioned. And one unique advantage that we have, which the other cities in the region would not be able to enjoy, is the staunch support from the central authorities, meaning that the different parties on the mainlands would be able to give us support in taking forward this initiative. So from the demand side, we are pretty sure the demand is there. So as Chris rightly pointed out, the challenge before us is how to converge the supply and the demand and take advantage of it. Yeah. And then going to your point about SMEs, some SMEs might have experienced difficulties in obtaining bank facilities from the banks. You cite a specific example. I would encourage them to contact the Hong Kong MA because we have a special desk set up to follow up on this kind of cases. The special desk have been set up for some time now. Over the past period, we did have received such complaints, but not many. And drawing from the experiences of those cases, number one, typically is the communication by the banks to the frontline officers as to their willingness to assist the SMEs sometimes may not be fully communicated. So when the issue was raised with the management of the bank, a lot of them could be resolved. And the second most commonly encountered difficulty was the slow response from the banks. We have asked the banks to look into those. So I would say substantive complaints with substantive contents comparatively few. It is a question of communication. So if there are SMEs experiencing this kind of difficulties, do come forward, let us know. Yeah, we will be happy to help. Thank you.
Okay, 下一條提問。
Next question. Over this side, last row, the lady in cream. I'm from CCTV. We see that there is expansion to Belt and Road countries, but when it comes to retaining conventional markets in the US and the Europe, and Hong Kong being a bridge between these places, what is Hong Kong's role in relation to the financial ecosystem? Well, you talk about digital currency payment, but you have not mentioned anything about e-Hong Kong dollars. If there is e-Hong Kong dollars, what is the progress? And can you elaborate on the use of CNY? In terms of financial development, we feel pressure from the geopolitical situation. But with the pressure, there are opportunities. Our solutions are on two fronts. One is in relation to conventional markets in the US and Europe. There is a huge amount of capital in these markets. And they have been investing in Hong Kong markets for a very long time, and a lot of investors have made a huge profit, and they know our market very well. So for these markets, what we do is to consolidate our relationship with these markets. Due to geopolitical reasons, parties may have some misunderstandings of what is going on in Hong Kong. Hong Kong's role is to attract enterprises and assist enterprises to go global. Mr. Hui, Mr. Yao, I myself, and the Chief Executive all agree that Hong Kong should play its role to help enterprises go global better by telling good stories of Hong Kong. I said that from the end of September to now, there was an increase in trade, in a transaction volume by about 15%. Most of the capital came from US and Europe. We talked to investors to give them a better picture. We explained to these parties with actual figures to convince them to tell the true story of Hong Kong. In the past few years, because of the epidemic and other reasons, many people have not visited Hong Kong for quite some time. We keep saying that if they do come, and then if they tell their friends and talk to their friends, then they will be able to tell their friends that Hong Kong is still prosperous. And these parties and investors will be more willing to come to Hong Kong to invest. You talk about e-currency. mBridge is a project of the Hong Kong MA Monetary Authority. It is cross-boundary. So there will be cross-boundary settlement and payment. In terms of application scenario of e-Hong Kong dollars, there are different kinds of digital wallets in Hong Kong. We have the faster payment system, and we also have the Octopus card. These systems are very convenient, so there is keen competition. We encourage the measure, but in the end it's the market that decides. Next question. On the far side, the lady in white. I'm from Cable News. The policy address talked about an international commodity exchange planning to have a warehouse here. Is there a timetable? Where is the location? Will you plan for land in relation to establishing a gold exchange here? Will there be a working group established? What is the timetable? I will defer to Mr. Hui. I will answer the second question first. In answer to an English question of a reporter, I said that we will aim to establish a working group before the end of the year. We have not yet decided on the specific measures, so the working group will work on that. The composition will be officials from the government, from regulators, and from stakeholders. We want to include representatives from the different parts of the value chain of gold exchange. Turning to commodity or non-ferrous metal, you might have read about it in the news. The London Metal Exchange indicated that they designate Hong Kong as the delivery location in Asia. From the London Exchange perspective, they do not directly run the warehouse. They do it by way of regulation and accreditation. Storage operators will choose location agreed by the London Exchange. But before the delivery is made, accreditation has to be completed. Work is ongoing to see, legally speaking, Hong Kong can act as the delivery port. The next step will be for storage operators to decide whether to build a warehouse in Hong Kong. The warehouse will be used to fulfill transaction on the London Metal Exchange. So there are several steps involved. Regarding the location, we don't necessarily have to build a warehouse from scratch. As long as the facility meets requirements, that will do. So if there are suitable existing warehouses, that can be put to that use. Next question. On the front row, the lady. Good afternoon. I'd like to ask about liquor duty. I'm from Phoenix TV. Some liquor businessmen expressed their concern. On one hand, they are concerned that if there is a large amount of high-end liquor coming to the Hong Kong market, there will be an impact on operations. Say, for example, increase in operation cost and storage cost. Well, for the portion above $200 or for those with an import price above $100, there is a drop in duty. It's a sudden drop. There is no buffer. They are concerned that this drop may disrupt the pricing and sales strategy of the business. So what do you say to these concerns? Will there be a transitional arrangement before the actual drop in duty rate? The reduction in liquor duty rate is to promote business of high-end liquor. If you refer to the policy address, liquor of an import price of $200 and above accounts for 15% of the market only. We are quite optimistic about the growth in the future in value. The increase in quantity will not be huge. There may be a change in storage and operation cost, but I believe that it will be offset by the drop in duty. However, we still need to observe for some time. If there is a huge volume of trade, then there will still be a benefit, even with an increase in operation and storage cost. There is a need to put the reduction of duty in effect immediately. Otherwise, there will be confusion and misunderstanding. We don't want to cause any negative impact on the trade. Having the reduction take effect immediately means that the trade will benefit immediately and there will be certainty. It also helps the business to plan their businesses. Thank you. Next question. Over the far side, the gentleman in black. I'm from Commercial News. I'd like to ask about the gold trading center, that is the exchange. You said that you explore the possibility of including gold trading in the mutual market access. Well, there are still ongoing negotiations relating to some products, say futures. So what is the priority of these different mutual market access products? Well, you talk about exchanges coming to Hong Kong to set up a storage facility. Will there be tax concessions? You want to build Hong Kong into an international gold trading center. What are the target areas from which capital will come? I have a question for the FS. There is a huge deficit in this fiscal year. At this moment in time, how do you assess the performance of Hong Kong, of our finances? What is your assessment of the deficit? Let me first answer the question in relation to gold trading. You ask about cooperation with the mainland and that we explore the possibilities of including it in the mutual access. Before the end of the year, there will be a working group to make plans and to carry out the work. We have some mature channels, say for example the Stock Connect. This year is the 10th anniversary of Stock Connect schemes. So the Gold Connect option will be quite far back in the pipeline because we need to first do what we need to do locally to develop it well before we can consider connecting with other markets. You ask, well, what are the target markets we have in mind? When it comes to gold trading volume, it's the UK, New York, and then Shanghai. As I have explained, regarding the role of Hong Kong, there is a role to play. A gold exchange indicated interest to choose Hong Kong. So our conditions and our policies are attractive to them. What we want to do next is to match demand with supply. Demand comes from different places, in particular Asia. Asians usually have a keener demand for gold. Given the geopolitical situation and tension, there is a demand for gold, so there is potential for development here. Well, the end of the fiscal year is the end of March. We still have about 6 months because we're only in October. It will be premature to give an estimate of the deficit. In the first half of the year, the capital market was rather sluggish. Revenue from land sale and stamp duty is lower than when the budget was prepared. But we still have half a year to go. We will see how the economy will be doing and how the capital market fares.
English questions from RTHK. So first about the plans of LME wishing to set up the warehouse in Hong Kong. Can you share with us the progress, like what kinds of concerns or factors they are looking into, and will the government work with them to facilitate the process? And what kinds of benefits is Hong Kong expecting after they set up here? And the second question about relaxing the loan-to-value ratio for mortgages. So what's the aim? And with the possibility of property speculation activities, or do the authorities have any plans to deal with that? Thank you.
Okay, if I may invite Chris to address your first question first.
Yep, thank you, FS. And in response to your first question about the proposal by LME to designate Hong Kong as a delivery point for its base metals futures contract, as you can see from the news, which they regularly make announcements, now the process is on their side in terms of assessing the legal environment here, in terms of whether and how it can meet the criteria to be admitted as a delivery point by LME. So I think that's the first step they need to take before other warehouse companies can choose to locate their warehouses here. So it is rather a two-step approach, and in terms of the first step, now is being undertaken. And in terms of the latest progress, I think I'll defer to them to make the announcements, because after all, it is a process that is undertaken by them. But that said, we have been in discussion with them at the same time through our Invest Hong Kong to facilitate any information and any assistance that they need from the government.
As to your second question about the removal of all the macroprudential measures, namely the loan-to-valuation ceiling for bank loans, as I mentioned earlier, we have to look into the history of the development of the property market and why those measures were introduced at that time. Those macroprudential measures was first introduced back in 2009, and it was tightening up gradually in response to the then fast rising property price, coupled with the shortage in supply of residential flats. The market situation here is totally different. Number one, the property market in terms of pricing has come down quite a bit since September 2021. The market started to stabilizing, as well as the supply in the coming few years, according to the statistics available, are ample. There would be around 108,000 first-hand units available in the next 3 to 4 years in terms of residential properties. So the supply would be enough. So given those circumstances, we thought we should let the market forces play. We should not unduly impose measures to suppress the demand or try to prioritize the different demands. So that is the thinking. So we have decided to remove all those measures, also taking into consideration at the moment our banking sector is very healthy, very well capitalized. The negative net equity cases comparatively compared to 1998, for example, is much lower. So we do feel confident to remove those restrictions so that we would be able to project a more positive expectation, if I may use that word, about the healthy and stable development of the Hong Kong property market in the coming future. Yeah, thank you.
好，我哋今日記者到呢度，多謝各位。
That concludes the press conference today. Thank you.
成沓 file 所以唔知夠唔夠得打。123。
testing
1、2、3、4 testing 1、2、3、4 OK 嘅 OK 嘅 OK。
1、2、3、4。
應該推埋聲俾我。 咁 OK。
各位午安。
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the press briefing today. The speakers today are Mr. Michael Wong, Deputy Financial Secretary, Ms. Winnie Ho, Secretary for Housing, Ms. Rosanna Law, Permanent Secretary for Housing, and also Ms. Winnie Wong, Deputy Secretary for Housing. Now, the flow today will go like this. The DFS and the Secretary for Housing will speak one after the other. They will discuss subdivided units and also other housing initiatives. And then we will open the floor for questions.
各位傳媒朋友，大家
Friends of the media, good afternoon. I'm joined by my colleagues from the Housing Bureau. We're here to tell you more about the new measures to regulate subdivided units and also other measures of the Housing Bureau. The current term government has proposed many measures to boost quantity, speed, efficiency, and quality to boost housing supply. We have found the land to provide public housing flats to meet long-term demand, and then we also have 30,000 light public housing flats and also 21,000 transitional housing units. That will plug the gap, the short-term gap in public housing. We can get eligible applicants housed. That gives us greater confidence that we can take on this long-standing, big and tough issue of SDUs. Now we have roughly 110,000 SDU households. That's 220,000 people. In dealing with substandard SDUs, the government must not rush. Instead, we must take an orderly approach. We will also keep pace with the supply of public housing. We plan with care so that the landlords and tenants affected will have enough time. We don't want to create panic and confusion among SDU residents or even leaving them homeless. Last year's policy address proposed the creation of the task force on tackling the issue of SDUs. That task force delved into the issue of SDUs. The chief executive considered the recommendations of that task force. So this year's policy address proposed a system through legislation for renting out SDUs in residential buildings. Units up to standard will be renamed basic housing units. The system sets out a number of requirements for such BHUs. Those requirements cover hygiene, fire safety, water and electricity meters. My colleagues will elaborate on these points in a moment. Now, for units that fall short of standards, alterations will be needed so that they meet standards. Professionals have to be hired to confirm compliance with the new requirements, and then recognition has to be applied for. There will be a registration period. There will be a grace period for landlords to undertake the necessary works, and then they also have to apply for recognition for those units. For newly available subdivided units, those units cannot be rented out just yet. The landlords have to apply for recognition first. The government will stay pragmatic and have regard to public housing demand. At the end of the registration period, the government will stick to an orderly approach in taking enforcement actions such that substandard SDUs are stamped out in an orderly way. The government will also move full steam ahead in creating this regulatory regime. In December this year, on this system of renting, we will launch a public consultation. We will announce details. We will also hear from the Legislative Council and other stakeholders. We want to be able to table that bill soon. We strive to have the bill passed within 2025. Once that bill is enacted, we will then proceed to registration of pre-existing SDUs. We propose a registration period of 12 to 18 months. At the same time, we will also open the application for recognition of pre-existing SDUs. We want to improve the living conditions of SDU residents. This is a shared goal of the government and the community. We will move full steam ahead with this system, and we will move towards this goal. But I also appeal for understanding. We want to put in place a new regulatory regime. We're trying to change a long-standing market practice, and that will take a while. Just as I said, we must not rush. Any future enforcement action has to be taken in an orderly way. We have to have regard to the people affected. Now I give the floor to my colleague, the Secretary for Housing.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. In the following, I will be explaining about the details of the subdivided units regulatory regime. The regime targets subdivided units in residential buildings or the domestic part of composite buildings. Regarding inadequate housing at commercial or industrial buildings and illegal structures, as they already violate the prevailing laws and regulations, they will not be incorporated into the regulatory regime. We will continue to take enforcement action in accordance to the current laws and regulations. We have some requirements for the SDUs. The floor area should not be smaller than 8 square meters. As for the headroom, well, the headroom measured from floor to underside of the beam should be no less than 2 meters. And the headroom measured from floor to ceiling should not be less than 2.3 meters. Regarding fire safety and structural safety, we have standards. For basic housing units, there should be sufficient width. For the corridors, there should be fire-rated doors and fire-rated partition walls. Common parts and corridors of the buildings with basic housing units should also be equipped with fire extinguisher and standalone fire detector. Standalone fire detectors should also be installed in each basic housing unit. In terms of structure, the units must comply with the standards stipulated in the building's ordinance. So, for example, not to overload building structure due to erection of non-load-bearing block walls. Relevant works can also be carried out in accordance with the simplified requirements under the minor works control system, such as partition walls. As regards ventilation, if the current requirements cannot be met, that is, if there cannot be one openable window in the toilets, there has to be mechanical ventilation. As for toilets, there has to be mechanical ventilation if there's no windows. In other words, we allow windowless toilets, but there has to be fans and mechanical ventilations. We also ask that there should be separate toilets for basic housing units. Naked flame cooking is rather dangerous in basic housing units, so we should not be using naked flames to cook. If it's necessary, then there has to be an enclosed kitchen in compliance with the fire safety requirements. We also require the installation of a separate water meter recognized by the Water Supplies Department and an individual electricity meter recognized by the power companies. Regarding registration system, it targets pre-existing subdivided units. Subject to the consultation outcome and the progress, we target to commence registration in the fourth quarter of 2025, the earliest. The registration period is proposed to last 12 to 18 months. We will collect views on this. Registered subdivided units will be given a grace period during the registration period. We propose that the grace period be last for 12 to 24 months after the registration period. Again, we will collect views on this, but the grace period should not be too short because we will have to allow time for owners to convert their SDUs into eligible or up to standard basic housing units. We should allow time for conversion works so that there will be more up to standard basic housing units in the future. Registered SDUs will be allowed to be rented out during the registration and grace period. There is also a recognition arrangement. When the registration period commences, application for recognition as basic housing units will be accepted. For basic housing units that meet the requirements of basic housing units, they will be accepted if they apply for recognition. The operators will also have to engage professionals to confirm that the units meet the requirements. After the registration period, unless the SDUs concerned have been registered and granted a grace period, they must be recognized as basic housing units before they can be rented out legally. Now, in terms of the pace of enforcement, after the registration period, having regards to the market supply and demand and the public housing supply and other actual situation, we will not be hasty in our enforcement action. In order not to cause panic among tenants or render them homeless, we don't want to see this happening. We will also provide assistance when necessary. So much for my presentation on the proposals on SDUs and subdivided units. Now I will talk about other initiatives that we have under the policy address. First of all, well, over the past 2 years, the government has done much on increasing the housing supply by enhancing quantity, speed, efficiency, and quality. We have identified land for providing sufficient public housing units to meet the long-term demand. Coupling with light public housing, the total housing supply in the coming 5 years, that are from 2025-26 to 2029-30, will reach 189,000 units, which is about 80% higher than that of the 5-year period when the current government took office, that is 2022-23 to 2026-27. In the past 2 years, the average waiting time for PRH dropped by about half a year from the peak of 6.1 years to 5.5 years. At the same time, we're rolling out transitional housing and light public housing. As for transitional housing, 17,900 of such units have been put into service. Some of the units have already been made available for second intake. The unit usage rate in individual projects is reached as high as 137%. We target to push forward LPH with 30,000 units. The first batch of 2,100 LPH units located at Yaopok Road will complete for intake in the first quarter of next year. We are also accepting applications for the first batch of 4,400 units. We received 10,900 applications so far. Regarding the relaxation of mortgage arrangement for subsidized sale flat, by extending the maximum mortgage default guarantee period in the secondary market from 30 to 50 years, as well as extending the maximum mortgage repayment period for SSF sold in the primary market and secondary market from 25 to 30 years. This has revitalized the secondary market. We used to have only 230 transactions, but in this year we have 500 transactions. So far, more than 2,000 families have moved into the units by 5 to 9 months in advance under the advance allocation scheme. These beneficiaries saved nearly $50 million in rental expenditure. As for modified advance allocation scheme, around 10,300 PRH units of 4 newly completed public housing estates were allocated in advance, including Futip Estate, Chongqing Estate, Hinfat Estate, Yibong Estate.
Now on incentives for families with newborns. Families with newborns, we have a shorter waiting time. So far, we have 1,400 eligible PRH applications. They have seen their waiting time cut by 1 year. Now, on the priority arrangement for subsidized sale flats, families with newborns, flat selection priority scheme, that scheme is already in place. I now turn to modular integrated construction, or MIC. Our goal is to have at least half of the projects in the second 5-year period adopt the MIC approach. Now, starting from 2023 to 24, the 5-year period starting from this year has already seen 20 projects already adopting MIC. The same goes for design and build procurement models. We want to see at least half of the project in the next 5-year period, adopt this model. And we already see tenders adopting this procurement model. Now, on wellness or well-being, we mentioned the well-being design. Back in September, we announced some well-being design guidelines. There are 8 concepts that can be applied to new PLH flats or renovated PLH estates. The policy address this year has other measures on housing. Back in 2022 to 23, we proposed LPH. Now we are seeing the supply of public housing up 80% when we look at 2025, 26 to 2029 to 30. The Yuen Long project is moving at pace. Intake will happen in the first quarter next year. We have received many applications for that LPH project. There will be more and more such intake. In 2026 to 27, the waiting time for PLH flats will go down to 4.5 years. We are confident about hitting that target. We will also adjust the ratio of PLH flats and SSFs. Now we're at 7 to 3. This means 7 for PLH flats, 3 for subsidized sale flats. We will gradually change that ratio to 6 to 4. Starting from the next round of GH flats and HOS flats. Now, for applicants who fail 2 times in a row, they will get an extra ballot number. That means improving their chances for buying HOS flats. We also have a measure to support young people purchasing HOS schemes starting from the next sale. Now, for young family applicants or young singleton applicants aged below 40, they will get an extra ballot number. At the next WSM scheme, there will be an extra 1,500 quota, all of them for young family applicants and also young singleton applicants. We want to speed up the turnover of PLH flats, so we will tighten up the well-off-tenant policy. We will consider raising the extra rent and also lowering the income limit for well-off tenants. This is to prompt them to surrender their units. And to go along with that, we will also be changing the ratio of green form and white form flats. We want to encourage more tenants to buy HOS schemes. This is to help them move up the housing ladder. Now, combating tenancy abuse. You may have come across media reports on that. Over the past 2 years, we recovered 5,000 units involving tenancy abuse or violations of lease. And that's equivalent to a medium-sized estate. And that is a significant result. Next January, we will launch the Cherish Public Housing Resources Award Scheme to encourage people to make good use of public rental housing units. We have to cherish these resources. Now, for non-anonymous citizens who give, we will offer rewards if that eventually leads to the recovering of PLH units. On technology, we have picked 10 housing estates as pilot sites for smart estate management. This will involve Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. Next year, we will set up a centralized estate management platform such that more digital technology can be used in the day-to-day management of estates. Now, for newly built PLH flats, starting from next year, we will launch a platform, and this is the Project Information Management and Analytics Platform. This will involve the use of digitalized works management, 3D digital maps, and also virtual digital models. This is to enhance efficiency in projects. We're working with a research body on second generation MIC. We will be using them next year. You compare MIC as in the second generation and the first generation, the second generation offers greater speed. In project where appropriate, we will adopt MIC and also design and build models. Now, on redeveloping housing estates, the project about redeveloping Wafu Estate will continue. As for Choi Hong Estate, we will announce the findings of the study by the end of this year. We will also announce the findings of the studies on redeveloping Taiwan Estate and Mata Estate. Finally, on supporting SMEs, we will streamline application procedures in the list of building maintenance works. There will be more opportunities for contractors of different sizes. Say, for shop renovations, there are renovation projects. Smaller contractors will also be able to take part. Now we have the well-being startup program. This is popular. Young people get to start their businesses. We will expand the scheme. We will encourage private shopping malls and other landlords to provide young people with more opportunities to start their business. So I will stop here for these housing initiatives. Thank you. The floor is now open for questions. Before you put your questions, please tell us your media outlet. And please limit yourself to 2 questions each time. On the far end, at the back, the gentleman in short sleeves. Commercial Radio. I'm from Commercial Radio. Can you tell us, how did you arrive at the name basic housing units? Some people say this is simply subdivided units by another name. Do you agree? Today we get more details. So minimum area, 8 square meters, 5 safety requirements. But that basic housing unit is smaller than even a parking space. So does that mean the government thinks it's okay to offer such small spaces? So after this initiative, will there be further measures to stamp out SDUs? Now, on the transitional arrangements, the chief executive said 60% of SDU residents qualify for public rental housing estates. But many SDU residents are singleton applicants. It would take them a while to get housed at public rental housing flats. If these people cannot get a PRH flat and then their SDU has been stamped out, what do you do? Will SDU residents get priority access to light public housing or transitional housing?
Thank you for your question. Let me share with you how we came up with the name. With the name, it's easier for people to understand the concept. What does basic housing units mean? It means that these units are basic and simple. I think that this reflects the spirit of our policy. The reason why we no longer want to use the word subdivided units is because in the future, there will be standards for subdivided units, and there will be, therefore, not up to standard or subpar and up to standard subdivided units. Basic housing units will be a clearer name. That means units that fulfill our standards and requirements. There is no right or wrong about any names, but we think that basic housing units is appropriate. And there is also negative connotations to the name of subdivided units, and that is not ideal for SDU's tenants. And I think that the name of basic housing units can convey our thoughts and thinking about the units. A lot of people suggest 7 square meters for the minimum floor area. And we think, and actually 7 square meters can house a bunk bed. But if we raise the minimum standards too high, that would pose a burden on the tenants. Also, we have to consider how many units in the market can be converted to basic housing units that are up to standard. We also have other fire safety requirements on top of the minimum floor area requirements. We see that about 70% units on the market will be able to meet the requirements. upon minor conversion. So what does this 70% mean? It means that there are 70,000 units that will be able to meet the requirements. For the rest of the 30,000 units, they may be able to meet the requirements upon conversions works. As mentioned by the chief executive, the reason why a unit is subdivided is because the revenue generated can be higher. With the array of standards that we impose, we believe that a lot of owners would conduct conversion works on their units. That's why we have this grace period. As for the transitional arrangement, I'll ask Ms. Ho to supplement. Thank you. Regarding the transitional arrangement, as you can see that the public housing supply has increased by 80% since this term of the government took office. That means that tenants of subdivided units and those who are waiting for PRH can be housed very soon. And we'll also have this light public housing as well as transitional housing that have been put into service. We also have alternatives for transitional housing tenants that are Category B choices. We will adjust the ratio for Category B applications because with light public housing, that can complement transitional housing. With abundant supply, we are confident that we can resolve the SDU issue. For us to eradicate SDU, we have to do it in an orderly manner, and we have to have regards to the supply. We are determined to legislate, but at the same time, we understand that we have to face the reality and eradicate SDUs in an orderly manner. We cannot be hasty. The gentleman in the third row, please. Good afternoon. I'm from RTHK. Regarding the subdivided units, just now in the presentation, I see more details on the basic housing units. A lot of people stay in subdivided units because they have such a need and because the rental is lower. Will the rentals be increasing after we have this basic housing units? Well, regarding the rewards for reporting on tenancy abuse, and the government said that the reward would be $3,000. Is that true? What happens if a few households report on the same tenant? Will they be sharing the reward? And will this policy create or undermine the neighborhood relationship and create this culture of snitching? Maybe Ms. Law will supplement.
Now, I will take the question. Rent is determined by demand and supply instead of one-off incidents. It's about the demand for subdivided units. I want to share some figures. 60% of SDU residents qualify for public rental housing flats. So the question is whether we have enough PRH flats. In the next 5 years, we will see results after years of work. As I said once, on average, we get 15,500 PRH flats. In the next 5 years, leaving aside light public housing, in the next 5 years, we will have 159,000 units. When you factor in LPH, we will see 189,000 flats in total. That's why we are confident. More SDU residents will move to PRH flats, and that will shrink the demand for SDUs. Now, I turn to the supply of SDUs. There are 70,000 SDUs these units require either no or minor modifications, and then they will qualify as BHUs. There will also be a grace period. Now, this is up to landlords, but many landlords are willing to go ahead with the modifications because subdivision of flats offers higher returns. There's also another aspect of the regime. For newly available SDUs, they will first have to apply for recognition before they can be rented out. We don't think there will be a drop in supply. The price is determined by demand and supply instead of one-off incidents. Now, the second question, Ms. Rosanna Law will take that question. Now, on informing on tenancy abuse. Some cases of tenancy abuse were hard to detect, but with people giving us the tip-off, our officers had an easier time investigating the cases. We caught more culprits. So we're trying to make good use of resources. That's why we propose this award scheme. Of course, we also care about how neighbors get along with one another. So we don't offer a huge amount, just like with the Good Citizen Award. The award is roughly $3,000. So that's our proposal to the Housing Authority. Now, people cannot inform against people anonymously, and the informant has to pledge that they will supply supplementary information upon our request. We give out the award on the condition that we successfully issue a recovery notice. We are setting conditions for a reason, because we want to avoid indiscriminate reporting, or simply because someone dislikes their neighbor. We want to guard against that sort of thing. Now, what if several people inform on a single unit? Do people get to share the award? For that question, we will have a team review such cases. If at the same time several people provide useful tip-off, and then this committee will look at the case and make a decision. Next question. On the far end, the lady in white. I'm from Mingpao. Now you're tightening up the well-of-tenant policy, so more people at PRH flats will become well-of tenants. These people may want to move on to HOS flats so as not to get caught. Will there be extra quota for such PRH tenants? In August, the CE said there will be new factors for the task force on tackling SDUs to consider. So what does it mean by new factors? Are they included or covered in the policy address? So I will take your second question first. Ms. Winnie Ho will take that question on well-off tenants. We had an internal discussion. Simply put, the CE asked us to take a careful look. We have to be cautious with any future enforcement action. We don't want to leave SDU residents homeless because of our actions, but that's our internal discussion. We will tell you about the measures in greater detail, but I cannot divulge further details of an internal discussion. Now, for the next question, Ms. Winnie Ho has the floor. On the well-off tenants policy, some well-off tenants pay a rent that is 150% or 200% of the standard rent, so they may be paying $4,000, $5,000 a month. That's a very low rent. when you compare that against the private market rent. So we're thinking whether we should be charging a rent closer to the private market rate. Now, on the income limit, take a family of 4. The income limit is roughly $100,000 or roughly $150,000. With that sort of income, people can perfectly manage the mortgage payments for HOS flats. So let's bear in mind the reason for launching public housing in the first place. When people have the means, we want them to move up the housing ladder. That's why we are making changes to the split of green form and white form flats. We want people to surrender their units when they have the means. Those with means should move up the housing ladder and vacate the units for those grassrooters. Next question. I'm from Hong Kong 01. So the requirement is to have at least 8 square meters, and other requirements have to be met before a unit qualifies as a BHU. But what about the levels at which units no longer become or remain as BHUs? If the units do not meet the requirements, do those units that is way exceeding the requirements still have to register as BHUs? The government said it would consider the actual circumstances before taking enforcement action. So what are those actual circumstances? I will take your first 2 questions. Ms. Ho will take the 3rd question. We will not set any cap on the requirements of an SDU, because there are SDUs that are 10 or 20 square meters in area. Now, we shouldn't be creating even more labels. So as long as this unit meets our requirements, we call that the basic housing unit. All units will require registration and recognition. If people can style their units as BHUs without registration, there will be disputes. We will keep the registration system simple. You register once you get the recognition, and maybe you just need another confirmation several years from now. It will not be a burdensome process for the landlord. On the 3rd question, Ho has the floor. On what we consider before taking enforcement actions, we will take into account a basket of factors. The conditions of the building, for example, the number of SDUs in the same building, and also the intelligence we have. Whether people need help in moving. So we will consider all those factors.
Next question. The lady in green in the 3rd row. Good afternoon. I'm from Oriental Daily. I'd like to ask about the revision of ratio between PRH and subsidized sale flat. You have not mentioned when you will revise the ratio. You only said that you will revise it later on. So when will we be having more subsidized sale flat available on the market? And will that lengthen the waiting time because we will have fewer supply of a PRH? I'd also like to follow up on the tightening of well-off tenants policy. Can you tell us to what extent will you tighten the policy? For the income limits of $5,000 for people household, will you lower it to $100,000 per month? And how will you rehouse the tenants after we have basic housing unit regulatory regime? For tenants who are not on the waiting list for PRH, they may not plan to get a PRH, but they may want to rely on themselves instead. They may be eligible. What is the arrangement for this kind of tenants? I'll take the third question. For the first two questions, maybe Ms. Ho or Ms. Law will take those. There are different types of housing that can meet people's need. The most ideal type of housing is public housing. But then, as you mentioned, not everyone is eligible, and some people don't want to apply for public housing because of various reasons. We also have other products, such as the light public housing and transitional housing. As I've said, in the future, there will still be basic housing units on the market. For people who are ineligible for PRH, basic housing units will be an option. In the future, there will be abundant supply of basic housing units. The only difference is that the basic housing units will have to fulfill fire requirements. They have to have separate water and electricity meters, and they will have to meet structural requirements. For the first two questions, Ms. Ho, please. Thank you. The first question on revision of ratio between PRH and SSF from the current 70-30 to 60-40. We have a target for the 10-year supply. We are already building some of the projects, and some projects are nearing its final stage of design. If we now change or convert PRH to SSF, that would be too rushed. In the next 5 years, we will review each and every project. For those projects that will be constructing SSF, we'll look at the location and the scale to see if it meets our target. Our target is very clear. In 10 years' time, we want to achieve the 60-40 ratio between PRH and SSF. We do that in an orderly and progressive manner. The next question on well-off tenant policies, as I've mentioned, well-off tenancies pay 150% or 200% of the rent, and that there is a great difference in rents between the public and housing and private markets. Will we raise the additional rent to 300% or 400%? We will have to talk to the housing authority. Same goes for the income limits. The $150,000 income is 5 times of the income limit for non-well-off tenants. Will we revise the percentage to 400%, for example? We'll look at the figures and data. Next. The lady in white, SCMP.
From the South China Morning Post. Because under the new definition, 30% of existing subdivided homes are considered improper. So that is mean all the rest of the 70% are proper homes without any safety and also other issues. Any further breakdown about from the announced data from the government studies? And also, does the government believe that the existence of the subdivided flat is necessary? And also, there are some critics saying that the government is actually legalizing and rationalizing the status of the subdivided home and only tackle the problem on the surface by renaming it. So how would you respond to these issues? And so if the requirements are further tightened, does the government have the capacity to resettle more than 3,000 households? Thanks.
I'll take the first and third questions first. Well, I missed your second one, but I'll give you a chance to restate later. On subdivided units, our survey has shown that about 70% of the currently existing subdivided units will be able to comply with our requirements with minimal alteration, if any. So that's why we're saying that under the new regime, we do not foresee a drastic drop in the supply of units. So I hope that answers your first question. On name, we do believe that a proper name is important. And in English, we call that basic housing units, because it reflects the nature of the accommodation provided. We do not think that renaming it will resolve the problem. It's never our intention. But to give it a proper name, firstly, subdivided units in the future will not be that clear, because there will be subdivided units that are able that have complied with the relevant requirements, and there will be subdivided units that are not able, that do not comply with the relevant requirements. Basic housing units is very clear. They are all in compliance with the applicable requirements. Because in English, it's not that clear. I mean, Chinese Tongfang, and we do believe that the negative connotations carried by Tongfang is a bit too much. So that's why we proposed a new name of Ganpokfang, basic housing units. And if people think that we believe that the label will resolve the problem, that's never our intention. And your second question, if you do not mind to restate that, because I missed that, sorry.
The capacity of the government to resettle the households. What if there are more than households not qualified?
Well, let me give you some figures. We've looked at the current composition of the residents of subdivided units. About 60% will be eligible for public housing. So the key is to provide adequate quantity of public housing units. And that's something I would say that we are succeeding. If you look at the supply figures, for the past 10 years, the average number of public housing units is about 15,500, 15500. For the coming 5 years, even if we do not count the number of public light housing, we're able to provide more than 30,000 public housing units every year. So that gives us the confidence that we will be able to provide accommodation to those living in subdivided units that are eligible for public housing. Now, for the remaining 40%, they may not be able to get public housing, but now we have other products. Apart from light housing, there is transitional housing, which is more flexible in terms of admission criteria. And of course, in the future, there will continue to be adequate supply of basic housing units, which is something that can also accommodate them. And for individual residents that have special problems, we'll always be prepared to help them through, for example, whether it's social care or social service teams.
下一個提問，呢邊嗰排最後嗰行白色衫位男士。
Next question, the gentleman in white. I'm from Channel C. The CE has mentioned rehousing SDUs. What will happen after the enforcement? Do people running SDUs, will they be jailed? Will they be fined? Will they be arrested? Can you tell us the legal consequences for people running those units? Many families stay in SDUs. The requirement now proposed is 8 square meters. Now, in the UK, there are standards. Say if you have a double bed, you have to have 11 square meters. Why aren't we following the British standards? Critics say these simplistic requirements do little to ensure the quality of life for residents. We don't want to see people left homeless because of the government's policies, but some people argue the government thinks in idealized terms. You said some people qualify for PRH flats among the 110,000 households of SDUs. There won't be a spike in rent. But social workers and service organizations helping SD residents think the government's thinking is too rosy. Now, if people are left homeless and they cannot access PRH flats, how will the government help these affected people? Thank you for your questions. Now, on enforcement, there won't be just fines, there will be jail terms after the law takes effect for someone running SDUs without recognition. We will come up with the specific proposals and present them to LegCo. The landlords will be held criminally liable. There will be no criminal liability for the tenants. On your second point, it's about perception versus reality. We set the minimum requirement at 8 square meters. At this level, 30% of the SDU will require major alterations. We talk to different organizations and political parties. Some parties proposed 7 square meters. Of course, people want bigger homes, but a higher requirement may lead to problems. 8 square meters makes basic living possible. On your third question, we will keep an eye on the situation. I won't say we think in idealized terms. Let the data do the talking. The data show public housing supply is rising. 60% of current SDU residents qualify for PRH flats. There are people looking to offer BHUs in the future. We will then offer a simple registration system and also recognition. As I said, we can manage supply. There won't be a sharp drop in demand, so the rent will remain relatively stable. We do note the concerns from stakeholders, and we will be watching the situation closely. Next question. On the far end, the third row, the lady. I'm from Cable News. So for the 30% SDUs that fall short of standards, how many such landlords are willing to arrange major modifications without a new tenancy control regime? How do you make sure the costs are not passed on to tenants? Now, for rooftop units, those units will be stamped out. How much time do the tenants have before they have to move out? Have you tallied or assessed the sequence or the priority in your enforcement? Now, on the question about rent. It's about demand and supply. The rent is a function of demand and supply. I have already covered that point a number of times. The journalist also mentioned rooftop units. We cannot expect a single policy to be a panacea. The Development Bureau keeps an eye on rooftop units. The Buildings Department and the Lands Department also take enforcement actions. We will step up enforcement actions, but here the proposal is about this registration system. There was a question about penalties. Now, for rooftop units on industrial buildings or bed space apartments, these units are under the purview of other bureaus. Rooftop units, Development Bureau, bed space apartments, Home and Youth Affairs Bureau. Those bureaus will look at whether there's a need to amend the law. We work with other bureaus. Now, we will take last 2 questions on the far end. The gentleman with glasses. I'm from Singtao Daily. The DFS mentioned something. I want to ask about the community isolation facilities in Kai-Tak. They will be converted into youth hostels. Have we consulted the central authorities about this? So for how long will the youth hostels be run? Sorry, the focus today is on housing. I never mentioned the CIFs in Kai-Tak, but I can offer a brief response. The focus today is on housing. Do you have questions about housing? Now about the changes to the split of green form and white form flat. So what have you considered in adjusting the ratio? So will that lead to even keener competition for white form applicants? We are adjusting the split of PRH flats to SSFs from 7.3 to 6.4. That's based on proposals from stakeholders. We are told many people want to own their homes. Subsidized sale flats are a key component of the housing ladder. If possible, people want us to step up or strengthen this crucial part. Still, we have to look after the grassroots, those with the least means. So there was a time when we focused on PRH flats. That explains the 70% of the flats going to PRH flats. But now land supply, housing supply, they have all gone up. So now we want to address the middle part, and that is home ownership. That's why we are changing that. We propose changing that ratio, 6.4 instead of 7.3. Now, on the question about white form versus green form, we tighten up the well-off tenant policy. These people will have to pay more in rent, and they face a lower income limit. So some well-off tenants will have to resort to private flats or HOS schemes. So GSH flats will be an option. We also want to provide HOS flats as another option. Once people become better off, we want them to move up the housing ladder so that the precious public housing resources can be made available to those in need.
The lady in the last row. Good afternoon, from Hong Kong 01. You said multiple times that 60% of subdivided units tenants are eligible for PRH units. What about the rest of the 40%? Is there any rehousing arrangement for them? Because they could be grassroots household without means, and they may barely exceed the requirements for PRH. Do you have any temporary housing for them? We have a best space apartments ordinance, but only 12 operators have registered. There are still a lot of illegal bed space. How do we make sure that all subdivided units landlords will register? If the operators are not landlords, and will the landlords be held accountable if they are not aware that their units are being used as subdivided units? Let me take the questions. Well, as you all know, not knowing is not an excuse. We hope that everyone will abide by the law. We will have sufficient publicity and promotion. I'm sure that most of the people would be aware of the regulatory regime on subdivided units. Secretary Lin and Secretary Mak has talked to me about the other issues that you raised. If we have to amend legislation or formulate policies to deal with the issue, they will do so. In the meantime, we will step up enforcement action. As for the other question on the 40% of households that are not eligible, we have greater flexibility as we have transitional housing now, and that may help these tenants out. In the future, there will be basic housing units. that meet the requirements of fire safety, ventilation, hygiene, and so on. And these are the choices for the people. Regarding the centralized isolation facility, we have these facilities with the support of our country. We try not to waste public resources. We will be redeveloping the isolation facility. We may be reusing the materials and in other sites in Hong Kong so that we will not be wasting any resources. Now we will start to work on the Kai Tak isolation facility that will be turned into an arts and culture facility. There will be another press briefing on it. Maybe you can ask the relevant secretary on that. That concludes our press briefing. Thank you.
OK 嘅，OK。
test 1、2、3、4 testing 1、3。
歡迎大家出席。
Welcome to the policy address press conference in relation to the Health Bureau's work today. Today we have in attendance Secretary for Health, Professor Lo Chung-Mao, Permanent Secretary for Health, Mr. Thomas Chen, Undersecretary for Health, Dr. Libby Lee, Director of Health, Dr. Ronald Lam, and Chief Executive of the Hospital Authority, Dr. Tony Ko. Professor Lo will first talk about the salient points of the measures in the policy address, and then we will take questions from friends of the media. Thank you. Citizens of Hong Kong, friends of the media, after the Chief Executive has announced the 2024 policy address yesterday, today, colleagues from the Health Bureau, the Department of Health, as well as the Hospital Authority, and I will brief further on the measures relating to healthcare, and we will take questions from friends of the media in this session. The theme of this year's policy address is reform for enhancing development and building our future together. General Secretary Xi said it is very important to have health for the people because it is the most important indicator for satisfaction of the people. And in the third plenary session of the CPC Central Committee, it was said that there should be deepening of reforms in the healthcare system as well as support for innovative drugs and development of medical devices. So one, we have to make sure that we should improve the healthcare system, enhance speed and efficiency, as well as be creative and innovative and lead the GBA. So we should make use of our advantages in order to help with the integrated development of the GBA. We have two themes in relation to the policy addresses measures: deepen reform of the healthcare system and developing an international health and medical innovation hub. So there are 9 main areas. 1, advance primary healthcare development. 2, enhance public and private healthcare services. 3, bring in more healthcare professionals. 4, support establishment of a 3rd medical school. 5, promote development of Chinese medicine. 6, promote mental health. In relation to developing an international health and medical innovation hub, we will speed up the reforms for the approval mechanism for drugs and medical devices, strengthen biomedical technology R&D and translation, as well as scale up medical collaboration in the GBA. On deepening reforms of the healthcare system, we will first strengthen structure of primary health care. We will review the structure of the healthcare system, and we will empower the Primary Healthcare Commission. So we will formulate legislation to strengthen the regulatory framework and empower the Primary Healthcare Commission that was established in July to ensure the quality of primary health care and ensure that there is regulation. In accordance with the primary health care blueprint, we will take forward various areas of work, including developing a community drug formulary and launch a community pharmacy program. A community pharmacy program will help provide more affordable drugs for the public. It can also provide dispensary management services for those living in residential care homes in order to ensure safety for consumption. We will also integrate the services of women health centers and elderly health centers and have them consolidated with the services of the district health centers. We will also transform DHC expresses into DHCs in future. We will also position general outpatient services as comprehensive primary health care service providers for the underprivileged. In response to an aging population, we will face increasing pressure on the healthcare system by chronic diseases. That's why we will introduce chronic disease screening services for the underprivileged at general outpatient clinics, and we will expand the chronic disease co-care pilot scheme to the general outpatient clinics. They were originally only available at district health centers. We will also enhance the nursing clinic services. We will also expand the chronic disease co-care pilot scheme to include blood lipid tests covering the 3 hypers so that we can comprehensively assess the health and risks faced by the public. We will also adopt a risk-based approach to formulate cancer screening programs. Such as for high-risk women, we will provide the 2nd stage breast cancer screening program. For lung cancer, we will explore the use of AI in lung cancer screening. For another form of common cancer, liver cancer, we will introduce a Hep B screening program for high-risk groups, such as family members of Hep B patients. We will try to have screening and early intervention of such diseases through these programs. We will also formulate a life course approach health promotion strategy for different groups of citizens based on their age and health. We will formulate some health management plans such as vaccination as well as chronic disease management and screening. We will also revamp services of maternal and child health centers to promote healthy fertility. On student health, we will strengthen the whole school health program. For each participating school, we will have specific school-based measures so that there will be a health report for each participating school in order to improve health and diet of students. We will also continue to take forward the work of tobacco control, including implementing the 10 measures that we announced in June in order to minimize the hazard brought about by tobacco products. On promotion of more oral health, we will try to have primary dental services and provide preventive dental services for preschool children. We will also introduce a primary dental co-care pilot scheme for adolescents so as to promote preventive care for oral health. We will also have targeted dental services and have more specific services for underprivileged groups. We will introduce a community dental support program for underprivileged groups, especially those with financial difficulties and elderly with financial difficulties, so that we can complement the services of the initiatives under the Community Care Fund. We will also enhance public and private healthcare services. On hospital authority services, we have recently established a review committee on the management of public hospital system. They have submitted a report to us on 8th of October. In relation in relation to the issues raised, we will make reference to the report and reform the hospital authority to enhance the safety and quality of services of the healthcare system so as to instill confidence in the public. We will also review the usage of services and make sure there is targeted subsidization for patients who need the services the most. We also want to ensure sustainability of financial support. That's why we will be examining the fee structure. We will also strengthen and expedite the procurement and introduction of drugs and medical services to expedite the inclusion of drugs in drug formulary. We will also formulate a directory for inherited and rare diseases to promote precision medicine in order to further promote also the medical research in the area. On the work of the Hong Kong Children's Hospital, we will consolidate pediatric services in different clusters, for example, tertiary and fourth-tier services, in order to further develop advanced pediatric services and to support better the functions of the Hong Kong Children's Hospital.
In addition, we will also finalize the second 10-year hospital development plan in line with the district needs as well as the development of the Northern Metropolis. In line with the national standards, we will build the first stroke center to enhance acute stroke services. We have experience with setting up the first chest pain center in Hong Kong, Queen Mary Hospital. Next year, we are going to build the second chest pain center in Prince of Wales Hospital in line with national standards. We will also enhance the triage and referral arrangements of specialist outpatient clinics, including the establishment of inter-specialty integrated outpatient clinic so that patients can enjoy one-stop services in outpatient clinics. That is to prevent multiple referrals. We will also increase the service capacity for cataract surgeries by at least 20% from the existing 2,500 at present to 30,000 or more. In addition, we will enhance quality and efficiency. We're going to establish a professional platform for developing clinical protocols and quality indicators. We will explore legislating for private healthcare price transparency. Next year, we are going to consult the professional sector in order to enhance the efficiency, cost-effectiveness of the sector, as well as the issue of medical inflation. Next year, we're going to introduce an amendment bill in relation to e-health record to the Legislative Council. With the consent of patients and members of the public, the healthcare data will be saved into the e-health accounts of members of the public. The purpose is to allow members of the public to have a more complete health record in order to ensure consistency. The third policy area is to bring in more healthcare professionals. In recent years, targeting different healthcare professionals, the administration has been reforming the registration schemes, including doctors, nurses, as well as dentists. Pieces of legislation have already been amended. We will work harder to enhance the speed of the introduction of doctors, nurses, and dentists so that we can replenish the pool of healthcare professionals in Hong Kong. We are also going to introduce legislation to admit non-locally trained supplementary medical professionals, including radiologists, physiotherapists, and so on. They will provide services in the hospital authority. Early next year, we are going to introduce a bill into the Legislative Council. The fourth policy area is to support the establishment of a third medical school. The doctor-to-patient ratio in Hong Kong is the lowest in developed countries. We only have 2.16 in Hong Kong, comparing with 2.6 to 2.8 in Asia, or even over 3 in the US. We are on the low side in this regard. We need to solve the problem of a lack of doctors in Hong Kong, and we also need to support Hong Kong to be developed into an international medical innovation hub. We do need to support the training of doctors. We need to have more doctors in Hong Kong. From 2025 to 26 academic year onwards, from the existing training places of 590, this will be increased to an annual quota of 650. We invite interested universities to submit proposals to establish a third medical school. We announced the establishment of a working group, and I thank a handful of professionals and scholars, both local and overseas, who have undertaken to join the working group. We expect to have the first meeting soon. By the end of this year, we will invite interested universities to submit a proposal within the first quarter of 2025 in order to provide a long-term facility and infrastructure. The administration has already earmarked sites in Ngau Tam Mei of the Northern Metropolis to develop their premises and to build an integrated medical teaching and research hospital. Regarding the fifth policy area, that is the promotion of the development of Chinese medicine, we are working to draw up the Chinese medicine development blueprint. We're expecting to launch this blueprint by the end of next year. We will also leverage big data to foster international research collaboration on herb-drug interaction. We will extend the integrated Chinese Western medicine services to respiratory diseases and knee osteoarthritis. These two are diseases in which Chinese medicine has an advantage. We are going to lay the groundwork for the establishment of the first Chinese medicine hospital and the permanent premises of the relevant building. We're also going to organize the Hong Kong Chinese Medicine Cultural Festival. That is in line with the national goal to promote traditional Chinese medicine. Regarding the sixth policy area, on the promotion of mental health, we need to adopt a multidisciplinary model to address this issue. To this end, the administration is going to formulate a step care model for mental health through the tiered step model comprising different sectors. We have teaching staff, social workers, as well as medical workers. They have different positioning and different division of work, so they can perform their functions smoothly. Every year, the administration sets promotional theme for the Mental Health Workplace Charter. This will heighten the awareness about mental health in society. In addition, the Education Bureau and the Social Welfare Department (SWD) will also work with the Health Bureau in order to launch different measures. These measures are about mental health. We want to develop Hong Kong into an international medical innovation hub. We need to reform the approval mechanism for drugs and medical devices. The third plenum mentioned that we need to develop new quality productive forces having regard to the actual situation. Drugs and medical devices are one of these strategic areas. We need to develop this area, capitalizing on the development of the new quality productive forces. Last year, in the policy address, we proposed to launch 1+ mechanism. That is to expedite the approval of drugs targeting rare diseases as well as critical diseases. It was launched in November 2023. 5 types of drugs have been approved. This brings hopes to patients. One type of drug, it's a cancer drug. It has been included into the drug formulary of the hospital authority. In this policy address, the 1+ mechanism has been extended to all new drugs, including vaccines and advanced therapy products, ATP, including cellular therapy as well as genetic therapy. The aim is to provide state-of-the-art therapy and medicine to members of the public in Hong Kong. We will bring the benefits of good drugs to Hong Kong. In the first quarter of next year, we will provide a face-to-face consultation services to allow members of the public to have a better understanding of the 1+ mechanism so that people will know better the expedited approval mechanism for drugs and medical devices.
In June of this year, the Department of Health has also set up a preparatory office for the Hong Kong Center for Medical Products Regulation, CMPR. We will later on put forward establishment timetable and roadmap towards primary evaluation. We will also take forward the work in relation to legislation for regulation of medical devices, and that will tie in with the establishment timetable for the CMPR. On strengthening biomedical technology, R&D, and translation, we will aim to enhance the clinical trial capabilities of Hong Kong and promote the realization of R&D outcomes. The GBA International Clinical Trial Institute in the Hong Kong Park of the Hetao Shenzhen Hong Kong Technology Cooperation Zone will commence its services in Q4 of this year. And it will tie in with the Clinical Trial Center in the Shenzhen Park to form a GBA clinical trial collaboration platform that will serve the 86 million population in the Greater Bay Area. We will also set up a real-world study and application center to make good use of existing data on patients, and that will expedite the approval of drugs in Hong Kong, the mainland, as well as overseas. We will also support companies with drugs to conduct R&D of advanced biomedical technologies, clinical trials and applications so as to attract top-notch innovative enterprises and R&D organizations to come to Hong Kong, and we can pull talents in R&D in order to make sure patients get treatment as soon as possible. These measures will tie in with the national policy, and we can have good drugs for use in Hong Kong and have the benefits of research and development brought to patients. We will continue to make good use of our advantages under one country, two systems, and integrate into the development of the country and connect to the world in order to promote the high quality development of healthcare. Lastly, on promoting collaboration in the GBA, we will continue to explore the possibility to make good use of the Hetao Shenzhen Cooperation Zone and make good use of the clinical trial collaboration platform and real-world study and application center to break the barriers in data, biosample, innovative medical devices flow and application in order to accelerate the development of medical innovation industries. We will also promote specialist training that would align with international standards so as to expand the talent pool for specialists and meet the needs of patients. Lastly, the Elderly Health Care Voucher GBA pilot scheme was launched last year, and we will extend the scheme to cover all 9 mainland GBA cities. Before, we had the coverage limited to Guangzhou, Dongguan, Shenzhen, and Zhongshan, and we, as I said earlier, as announced in the policy address of this year, we will achieve full coverage of all 9 mainland GBA cities so that elderly persons can use elderly health care vouchers in the GBA so that they can have even better health by making use of services in the GBA in addition to local services. Thank you. Friends of the media. So these are the 2 themes and the policy areas relating to the Health Bureau's work. The reforms are continuous. We will continuously improve to safeguard citizens' health and to ensure there is high quality development of the public health care system. We will promulgate different initiatives in order to meet future challenges in response to the aging population and the development of medical technologies. That's it from me. I'll now take questions from friends of media. Thank you, Secretary. We have quite a number of journalists today, so we will have the questions number limited to 2. So the male wearing a green top, please. Good afternoon. I'm from Mingpao. I want to ask about the liquor duty. So the WHO said that there should be continuous reviews on liquor duty and tobacco duty. And in fact, a few months ago, the Secretary for Health was asked earlier about how to prevent citizens from abusing alcohol. So with the decrease in liquor duty, how do you feel about this? Are you confident, like the chief executive said, that there won't be an increase in abuse of alcohol? Next, on tobacco control, there have been other measures that were stopping the heated smoke products, and measures were promulgated in June. But none of such measures are mentioned in the policy address. Is it because the Secretary considered the measures to be too harsh? That's why you're avoiding the issue now?
First of all, I had to say that alcohol is very different from tobacco. They're very different. There are different control measures in order to guard against health risks. As the Chief Executive announced in the policy address, this year we have a two-tier tax regime for liquor. We only reduced the duty rate for liquor with a higher import price. The aim is to promote liquor trade, that is alcohol with a higher price, as well as the development of the relevant industry. This will in turn create more jobs, and this will also benefit the economy. The two-tier tax regime will also prevent the consumption of liquor, and this will prevent any side effects in relation to primary health care. I mean public health care. The administration has already taken into account different factors, struck a balance between the promotion of trade, public finance, as well as health of the members of the public. This is a balanced decision. The Health Bureau has been advocating policies in relation to alcohol control. We are very much concerned about the excessive consumption of alcohol. This will definitely affect public health. The Chief Executive mentioned we don't encourage excessive consumption of alcohol. From the perspective of public health, we are more concerned about the alcoholic contents. Whether it's a bottle of wine of $10 or $10,000, the health risks are the same. From the perspective of policies, we need to analyze data. For the two-tier tax regime, we analyze and assess whether this policy will have any impact on consumption of liquor in Hong Kong. Our assessment is that this two-tier tax regime will promote liquor trade, and the impact on the consumption of liquor will also be reduced to a minimum. In relation to the scrapping of wine tax rate in 2008, the import value increased significantly, almost 10 times higher than that for the quantity of wine. The increase in value is much greater than that for quantity. In 2008, despite an uptick in that period of time, the consumption per person in 2023 dropped to the level in 2007. This time round, we didn't cancel all the tax rate for liquor. Instead, we launched a two-tier tax regime. For liquor with an import price below the price of $200, the tax rate remains unchanged. And we know for liquor with an import price of $200 or below account for some 85% of the liquor in the market. So the tax revenue of the liquor with a price of $200 or below remains unchanged. That is, 100% of the tax rate will be charged. For example, for a liquor that is worth $300, one will still have to pay $210, and that is just a decrease of $90. there is misunderstanding in the community and in media. We take into account the import price instead of the retail price in terms of liquor. When it comes to liquor, half of the retail price is tax. In other words, a liquor that is worth $3,000, I mean the retail price of $3,000, it does not mean that $1,500 is tax. Actually, only $500 to $600 is tax. For a bottle of wine of $1,000, if the import price is $250, in accordance with the latest tax regime, one will have to pay $200 import tax plus $5, totaling $205. The drop is so we can see that the impact on the import price will not be significant. This regime is a targeted measure. It only affects 15% of the high-value liquor in the market in Hong Kong. We have analyzed these data. The total consumption of alcohol and the retail price will not be affected, or the impact will be limited. We are aware of the health effects of alcohol consumption, and we will monitor the situation upon the rollout of the measure. We will also promote the impact of excessive alcohol consumption. In addition, we will provide services to help alcoholic drinkers to quit drinking. As I mentioned, tobacco control and wine control are different. There are a lot of factors at play. This June, we already made an announcement after a survey. There were 10 tobacco control measures. There was already sufficient discussion. We plan to collect more views on these 10 policies. We will take into account all the views collected in due course. By the end of this year or in the middle of next year, we will make recommendations in relation to these 10 policy measures to the Legislative Council. With discussion in the Legislative Council, we will firm up the implementation details of these 10 measures. The third row, the lady in white.
On the third medical school, you mentioned that the government has earmarked a site in the northern metropolis for the third medical school. However, with the development timeline of this mega project taking at least 2 decades, does that mean the medical school will not open in the near future? Another question, on the fees and charges review of the hospital authority, it was mentioned in the policy address that the government would direct resources to the neediest and those with financial difficulties. Does that mean patients with less severe conditions may need to pay more? Thank you. And could you also review some of the directions of the fees review? Thank you.
Regarding the third medical school, this is a huge task and with very important implication for the future, for medical education, especially for our sustainable healthcare service, the high-quality healthcare service, as well as our plan mission for the medical innovation hub. So we have to be very cautious in the planning for this. It involves a lot of resource implications, not just in terms of finance, but in the teaching hospital, the faculties, facilities. So one of the area is in the piece of land and the potential teaching hospital. We are mindful that in Hong Kong, we are short of space, land. Of course, we would welcome the institute which submits a proposal for the development of this new hospital, of this new medical school, to provide us with a proposal as to how they can start the medical school, at what time, the timeline of this plan. Of course, the major issue that we have to consider is the campus as well as the teaching hospital. So from the government's perspective, the major development in the timeline is the northern metropolis, and we have the land there. And that's why we've reserved the piece of land. And that would be in according to the plan for a university town in that area. The institute that would propose the new medical schools can certainly explore other opportunities and possibilities. For example, they can consider any existing hospitals as teaching hospital, or they can find alternative sites to build the campus. We are open to any proposals. Of course, we welcome if they can provide an alternative. Or alternatively, this campus and teaching hospital in the northern metropolis, the Aotang-Mei, could be a long-term plan. And the new proposal can consider some temporary facilities as they can propose. We are mindful that we have two very high-quality medical schools, top 40 in the world. And if we look back into the history of the Chinese university medical faculty, when they first started in the early 1980s, they have to use temporary teaching facilities in some hospitals. So this is not an easy task, but we will certainly encourage any of the institutes that are interested in it to consider every possibility and put up a well-thought-of proposal. Thank you.
And the other question is about fees and charges, Professor Low.
Oh, yes. The other question about fees and charges, when we consider adjusting the fees and charges, we have different options in mind. What you are saying is that will there be any possibility of not just providing more target subsidy, which means reducing the fee payment for some of the underprivileged patients or patients with serious disease. There is certainly a possibility of upward adjustment for other fees. In fact, we haven't adjusted the fee for the last 7 years. And it is time, and it is actually a regular practice. It should be a regular practice for the hospital authority to consider revision of the fee so that our resources can be put into the right places for the right people. And this should be a target subsidy. Thank you.
好，下一位，嗰邊第四行。
Thank you. Next. Fourth row, the male wearing glasses. Hi, I'm from AM730. In the policy address, it was said that there would be restructuring of Department of Health and the Primary Health Care Commission, PHCC. And it is said that the services would be subsumed by the hospital authority. Does the hospital authority actually have the capability to do so? And it is said that for the dentistry programs, they can't really operate right away. Are you trying to phase out the role of the Department of Health through this? It is said also there would be a greater demand for private healthcare services, but we did see complaints or incidents involving private hospitals. Are you facing pressure in taking forward reforms? And would you have the collaboration platform led by such organizations? Thank you. Well, let me first talk about the restructuring of the Hospital Authority, the Department of Health, as well as the Primary Healthcare Commission, PHCC. Each department would have a different role. So for primary healthcare services, that is community services for patients, should patient have any problems, we can provide preliminary treatment and screening. There would be secondary, tertiary, as well as fourth-tier services to provide more professional services to patients. In 2022, it is believed to be December that a primary healthcare blueprint was promulgated. In July, we have established the PHCC. So I think it is now time for us to enhance primary healthcare services even further. Before, the services were provided by the Department of Health or Hospital Authority. We will deploy such services to be provided by the PHCC. The Hospital Authority should focus on providing secondary, tertiary, and fourth-tier services that are the more advanced services in healthcare. The Department of Health also plays an important role in the public healthcare system. They have the Center for Disease Prevention and Control, the CHP, and the Center for Health Protection. They also have the role of promoting public education in healthcare. They would also make recommendations in public health. The Department of Health is a regulator for drugs, medical devices, as well as Chinese medicine. We hope that Department of Health can play a more focused role in this. And in fact, the CMPR will also be prepared by the Department of Health. So the Department of Health has a lot of hats to wear. So that's why we are trying to delineate the roles a bit more clearly so that each department is performing the functions that they are assigned more properly. This will also make clear the positioning of the different departments, and this is an important focus of our reforms. Let me say also, some of the services to be done by the Hospital Authority for the PHCC. With the Hospital Authority focusing on secondary, tertiary, and fourth-tier services, while we are doing that, the general outpatient clinics would still be serving mainly the underprivileged groups. So we will also enhance the services of the general outpatient clinics. So as we said earlier, the chronic disease co-care program will be extended to the general outpatient clinics. As for the elderly health centers as well as women health centers, the patients that these centers have been serving, some of them have already been going to specialist outpatient clinics of the Hospital Authority. We consider that there is an overlap of the provision of services here, so we would consider consolidating the services. As for reforms in public and private healthcare, in the city, we want to make sure we can enhance quality and efficiency in the healthcare system, and this is not limited to public healthcare. In the private healthcare system, we also want to enhance the services. That's why we are leading a professional platform that is led by the Academy of Medicine with the participation of stakeholders to formulate some targets. For example, if there is a surgery replacing a hip joint, we want to set indicators as to how many days it will need for the patient to be hospitalized so as to improve efficiency and quality of healthcare services provided by public and private healthcare. As for what indicators have to be prioritized, will be left for the discussion of this professional platform. Thank you. Next on the third row, the woman to the furthest. I'm from independent media. I want to ask about liquor duty. There are over 100 medical practitioners petitioning against this. What do you think about this fact? Do you consider there is a conflict with your current public health policy?
As I have already explained, we have taken into account an array of factors. This is a policy on economics and trade. We understand the healthcare sector does not encourage alcohol consumption. There shouldn't be any excessive consumption of alcohol and addiction to alcohol. As I have already explained, there's a two-tier tax regime in relation to liquor. Only 15% of the high-value liquor will have their tax rates adjusted. The retail price is not the import price. The duty rate is based on the import price. So the duty rate accounts for less. Unlike what the public think, it is not the case that $500 of tax is for a $5,000 of wine. Actually, the tax rate may only be $200 or so. As I have already explained, a bottle of wine of $200, the duty rate will be decreased or will be reduced mildly. If you look at the figures, you will understand that we don't expect a significant impact on alcohol consumption. We will closely monitor the situation. From the perspective of curing patients, every treatment plan also comes with a side effect. This is an economic and trade policy. There is one policy, but there may be many views. As the Health Bureau, we have already expressed our concerns. The two-tier tax rates shows that we have already taken into account different concerns. And this is a measure that can support the auction of high-value liquor in Hong Kong, while keeping the impact of alcohol consumption to a minimum in Hong Kong. Next, the lady over here. I'm from TVB. There was an English question, but can you tell us once again in Chinese the positioning of the third medical school in relation to the reform of public healthcare system? Can you tell us the contents of the report in relation to the cross-sectoral platform? Is that the case that one specialist will attend to different diseases in one patient? Can you tell us more about the situation? Secretary, regarding the third medical school, we have two very high-quality medical schools in Hong Kong. That is the University of Hong Kong and the Chinese University of Hong Kong. They rank the first 40 in the world. We have 500 training places for medical students, and this will be increased to 650. We are confident that we can train very high-quality and high-caliber doctors in Hong Kong. We have, however, taken into account medical needs and an aging population in Hong Kong. And we also need to develop Hong Kong into an international medical innovation hub. We want to enhance our capacity. Building a third medical school is indeed one of the options, and we do need to look into this option. but I have to emphasize we need a high-quality medical school. We want a third medical school will be comparable to our 2 medical schools in Hong Kong. The medical school in CUHK only has 43 years of history, but then it ranks the top 40 around the world. This is very encouraging. We want the third medical school to follow the same path. The third medical school might cause vicious competition with the existing 2 medical schools. We need to be very careful from the perspective of teaching, intake of students, finance, teaching facilities, teaching and learning in the medical school. For example, we need to have real-life cases for medical training, so we need to tread very carefully. We need to make sure the new medical school can help with the overall development of the public healthcare system without compromising the development of the 2 medical schools we now have. So we look forward to an innovative proposal in relation to the third medical school, whether from the perspective of the source of the teaching staff, students, finance. Regarding the proposal about the medical school and the hospital, we do want to encourage positive competition. Dr. Tony Ko, Professor Lo, in relation to multidisciplinary training, we take into account the type of diseases, symptoms, and so on. Let me give you a handful of examples. In geriatric diseases, an elderly person has diabetes and hypertension. A geriatric specialist can handle these cases. So these specialists can attend to patients suffering from DM, for example. A patient does not have to consult different specialists in order to have their own diseases to be cured. For example, Chest Pain Center is a collaborative service. For example, cancer, or let me give you some real-life examples. Say liver cancer requires collaborative efforts comprising different specialties. Can we combine the efforts of general medicine surgery, patients, symptoms, diseases? We can also use this model. And I'd like to defer to Dr. Tony Ko to give you more information. Thank you, Secretary. During implementation, we have integrated outpatient clinic to achieve the purpose mentioned by Professor Lo. We want to prevent multiple referrals. When a patient comes to the GOPC or the family clinic complaining of chest pain, the patient may have to be referred to the medicine ward. That is for faster treatment. For cross-specialty platform, a patient may have to be attended to by a couple of different specialists. The platform can prevent multiple follow-up sessions, so patients do not have to consult different specialists just because of one single disease. We can then vacate GOPC sessions to help other patients. Some elderly people may have different diseases. They have diabetes, hypertension, joint pains, and so on. Family medicine specialists or geriatric specialists can make arrangements. This can help them prevent multiple referrals and give them more effective treatments. I missed one of your questions. That is about the Review Committee on Public Healthcare System. We received a report on the 8th of October. The report was submitted from the Hospital Authority. It was a complete report. It focused on the systematic review. There were over 30 improvement suggestions. We will very carefully analyze the suggestions. Then we will decide the next step forward. That is how to implement the recommendations contained in the report. We will announce the findings as soon as possible. The last question, the lady in the fourth row. I'm from Tsingtao. I'd like to ask about the pricing structure in the private hospital. In 2016, there was a pilot scheme asking the private hospitals to enhance price transparency. What is the difference between the policy mentioned in the policy address? How can we make these private hospitals increase in the price transparency? I'd like to ask about the development of the third medical school as well. There's a decreasing student population, and the administration has been promoting the brand of studying in Hong Kong. So will the third medical school target overseas students who will stay in Hong Kong to serve in Hong Kong? Probably I'll take the question about the medical school, and I will defer to Mr. Thomas Chan for another question. Regarding the third medical school in Hong Kong, we want to have a diverse source of students. We have increased the number of admission of students for the two medical schools in Hong Kong. We expect a fall in the number of sources in relation to admission of medical students. We do want to have more student sources so that these three medical schools will not be, so to speak, competing for students. We have the capability to attract young students to come to Hong Kong to study medicine and to receive medical training in Hong Kong. That is because we have the international standards. We do want to have more student admission sources for the third medical school. We also welcome graduate entry, that is those who already have the first degree. In the US, for example, they have the system of graduate entry. In other words, medical school is their second degree. They have their first degree before going to the medical school. The benefit is that these will be mature students. They have more experience, and they will also have more learning experience. We can attract high caliber young students all over the world to come to Hong Kong. In relation to healthcare, after obtaining a medical degree in Hong Kong, they will receive registration licenses in Hong Kong. When they graduate, they will need to be recognized by the medical council in Hong Kong in order to be able to practice locally. It is likely that these students being admitted through the graduate entry will stay in Hong Kong to practice. They can provide services in Hong Kong. This way we can attract talents to come to Hong Kong. This is a little bit different from other disciplines of studies. For other disciplines of studies, they may go global upon graduation. But because of issues with licenses, before students decide to come to Hong Kong to study medical degree, they will already have decided that they will stay in Hong Kong. So we do have an edge in this regard.
On price transparency for private healthcare, I'll let Mr. Thomas Chen answer the question. Thank you. On price transparency of private healthcare, as announced in the policy address in relation to deepening reforms in the healthcare system, it is said that in order to enhance quality of healthcare in Hong Kong, we must take forward the improving of efficiency and quality of services provided by the healthcare system in general, and this is not limited to the public healthcare system. It would also cover the private healthcare system. As the Secretary said, we will have a professional platform that will set some indicators. This is a multidisciplinary platform that covers the whole profession. As for the charges of the private healthcare sector, we need to enhance transparency. Indeed, in 2016, we have been working with the Association of Private Hospitals in Hong Kong. We have launched a pilot scheme, and there were 14 private hospitals that participated voluntarily on measures to enhance price transparency, including making public the fee tables, and for common procedures, they will provide an approximate figure of expenditure, and they will also provide data on bills. We have also set up a dedicated website to disseminate information on this pilot scheme. We have learned from the experience of the scheme. We have also referred to the practices of other places in relation to service indicators for private healthcare, as well as enhancing price transparency. We have studied them. We expect that in the first half of 2025, we will work with the healthcare sector to commence consultations. Regarding what we did earlier on enhancing price transparency, how we can improve on those so that we can improve further the quality of the healthcare system and enhance price transparency in order to instill confidence in the public, so that we will have a plan that is solid, and that we will introduce a bill into the council, legislative council. With the private healthcare facilities ordinance, we have already some performance indicators and fees regulation in the provisions, but these provisions have yet to come into effect. So once we have done the work that I mentioned earlier, we will see if we can make use of these provisions that have yet to come into effect in our legislative work to enhance price transparency. Okay, last questions from the man wearing glasses. Thank you. I'm from HKET. The Secretary said there should be complementary development of the medical schools, and the third medical school can possibly attract more overseas talents. We have also seen the two medical schools have programs that would allow for graduate entry, but there is still some competition observed. How can you make sure there is indeed complementary development? I also want to ask about the healthcare system. It is said that the waiting time for internal medicine and orthopedics and traumatology should be decreased. Right now, it ranges from 91 weeks and it is still a relatively long waiting time, even though we have seen somewhat of a drop after announcement of measures in the 2 previous policy addresses. So is there any way we can do some restructuring of the specialist outpatient clinics to delineate clearer the roles of different specialties so that they can the waiting time for services can be shortened for the public? Thank you. Secretary, thank you. On the question about the 3rd medical school, it is very important to prevent vicious competition, and we have seen the 2 existing medical schools providing quality education and innovative in improving learning experiences of students. Regarding what you said earlier about the 2 existing medical schools having programs that would allow for graduate entry, we do support such initiative and direction taken. We do support them admitting students who already had a first degree. We have increased the number of training places to 650, and we now have 325 each for each medical school. So we have to consider also the capabilities of the 2 medical schools. We have provided many resources to them to improve their facilities. But in medical teaching, you have to understand that if we have too big a class, it would not be favorable. So having a 3rd medical school is necessary. We will make sure that the 3rd medical school will not compete viciously with the 2 existing medical schools. As for the waiting time, I'll let Dr. Koh supplement my answer. But let me first say this. This cannot be alleviated only by the hospital authorities' work. As a service provider, HA has been working hard to provide services. But I think on a system level, there can be reforms so as to shorten the waiting time even further. For example, with primary health care services, if we enhance primary health care, it would be better. Otherwise, patients would just go straight to hospitals. If they are going to hospitals for minor illnesses, that would be a waste of resources. Well, that's why I'm giving an introduction here, because I would like to emphasize the fact that the HA alone cannot solve this problem. We need to do something on a system level. It relates to the habits of citizens in general in seeking medical treatment. There should be an overhaul. For the minor illnesses, colds and flus, we have been saying this. People should not go to accident and emergency departments. Accident and emergency departments are not used for this purpose. So not only are we reforming the hospital authority, we are reforming other departments as well as people's mindset about seeking medical treatment. There has to be an overhaul. I'll now let Dr. Koh supplement my answers in relation to the waiting time.
Thank you, Secretary. As the Secretary said, we need to address the issue of long waiting time. This requires collaborative efforts from different sectors of the community. I'd like to tell you more about SOPC. The long waiting time is close to our heart. So a few years earlier, from the upstream, midstream, and downstream, we need to do something as well. For example, in the triage station, we need to do something in order to shorten the wait. In the past 2 years, as announced under the policy address, in the ENT, orthopedic, and internal medicine, we also did something to reduce the wait. In ENT and the orthopedic section, we are starting to see results. For other specialties, we are working very hard and putting a lot of resources in order to reduce the wait time of patients. Enhancing service capacity is not the most effective solution. That's exactly why we propose 2 solutions. We need to enhance the triage system. We need to have a clearer triage system that is a more targeted arrangement. For example, we have an electronic platform in the triage system, so patients with critical needs will be attended to earlier. There are also arrangements for integrated outpatient clinic. We can vacate the places waiting for GOPC, and some patients will be diverted to multi-specialty integrated clinics. We're looking forward to improvements gradually. I'd like to supplement, as this is not only under the purview of the hospital authority. Say, influenza. We're about to enter the season of influenza. The A&E is under stress. We need to work on different fronts. There are vaccines for influenza. In medical reform, there are a couple of different aspects. The administration has a role to play. For example, doctors have responsibility for attending to patients, but at the same time, patients also have the responsibility in relation to seeking medical treatment. If society as a whole supports getting vaccinated, especially the high-risk groups, this will reduce the burden on the public healthcare system. If more people are willing to get vaccinated against influenza, there will be fewer patients waiting in the A&E department. Let me give you another example. We offer 97% of subsidies in relation to public healthcare services. Patients only pay a very minor portion of medical fees. This may give rise to abuse or misuse of the medical services. This has to do with medical fees to a certain extent. Medical resources are finite. How can we make good use of the medical resources to offer targeted subsidies? In particular, in the healthcare system, we need to help critically ill patients and those with financial difficulties. They are affected by their diseases the most. For patients with ailments, they need to use the public healthcare system with caution. The wait time for services are actually one of the factors we have to take into account in our review of the medical fees. Speaker of mic, we have already emphasized this is not a simple exercise to increase medical fees. We don't just look at the inflation rate. nor do we want to increase resources in the public coffers. We want to offer targeted subsidization in order to help patients that need resources the most. For cancer patients, for critically ill patients, even if they're in the middle class, diseases will also pose a great burden on them. This will affect not only themselves, but also their family members. We need to make good use of public resources in order to help more patients, more people in need. That concludes the press conference today. To sum up, we have a high-quality public health care system, but we need to be a leader in public health care system, not just a follower. We need reforms. President Xi Jinping mentioned reforms are continuous. The path will be bumpy. I hope all sectors of the community will work hard together. That is the end of the press conference. Thank you.